Hello. Hello, good evening, you wonderful sunshine. Well, did you enjoy your weekend? Yes, unfortunately it's over that quickly for my weekend. A new week is about to start and we are in the middle of a new attempt at Rimworld. Yesterday we had to restart once. Unfortunately.
Here you go.
And that's why I'm very curious to see what will happen today. Absolutely. Hello, my dear SID. Hello, Evelina. I'm doing great, I've eaten a lot, with a lot of exhaustion. What more could you ask for? Seriously. What more could you ask for? I'm pretty happy. Still. Of course, I would be happier if I had my new PC back. But that's life. You can't have it all. Maybe something will happen next week. I've decided that I'll call them again on Wednesday. Actually, I wanted to have the power supply delivered. But well, I took a look today, I'll never get it assembled myself in my life. I mean, the cable clutter thing is one thing, but all the cables are also stowed behind an extra housing. And I just can't serve with that at all. Didn't even know how to remove and install all that stuff. That's why I'd rather keep my unqualified hands off it. First of all, I have a 5-year warranty. If anything should happen because of me, I'm screwed. So I'd rather send in the box and professionals should do it. Who knows, maybe they somehow think that other things need to be replaced. Alright. As I said, we've started a new game. We even played until 10 after midnight. That's what I'm seeing right now. And damn, we fought hard yesterday. We had to eat corpses. We actually had to eat a lot of corpses to finally make ends meet. But now our food source is really good. If we have enough food, we might even be able to grow drugs or something. Our good Evelina is also busy researching. We don't have much. We also started from scratch. But sooner or later we will have a lot. Above all, we have to make sure that we spruce up our apartment a bit. At the moment, the entire apartment is absolutely ugly. At least I have a lot to do at the moment. I'm completely busy with plants and then bones. But hey, at least we don't get poisoned anymore and we finally have real food. Above all, we have noticed that there are a lot of minerals in this mountain. Oh, don't worry, my dear Orca. The main thing is that you're okay. The main thing is that you can somehow enjoy your day a bit. Who knows, maybe we'll have to restart it at some point. I mean, it doesn't look bad at the moment. At the moment, our whole run can be quite shown. But who knows how long we'll hold out. I also don't know exactly what my next step will be. But I think the next step, probably lighten, just make the apartment pretty. We definitely need to make our apartment pretty. And we desperately need a shortcut. A small shortcut to our small kitchen. Catherine has become so great in mining in the meantime. In fact, okay, I like that. The only problem is actually the temperature again. But amazingly, it is very pleasant here in the mountain. I really don't quite understand the meaning behind it. I think we just need another door. Oh man, poor Catherine. She looks so extremely unhappy, but so does Evelina. Apart from the fact that everything is really extremely ugly, we also have a well. And this hum drives us pretty crazy. Okay, come on, I said that the flower trail. Unfortunately, we don't have ice cream, Evelina. Where am I supposed to get ice cream at a temperature of plus 80 degrees? The stuff melts instantly. Zach melts like a cotton ball. I'm glad that we have at least reasonably good beds. And I'm glad that Evelina just did the most important research. Theoretical. We could build a thermal power plant right now. Well, there is still a lot of steel missing for it. In addition, the very first thing we need is shotguns and proper defense. But now we really have a lot of food. One of them looks at it. We have so hell of a lot of food. And Katerina and I, we have a great fight. I'm sure there will be a fight over who is the best. In the meantime, we could even command one of the cultures to grow herbal medicine. A little medicine really wouldn't be bad. In the meantime, we have far too many plants, so to speak. Maybe we should just grow some grapes. Oh no. I meant strawberries. They take a little bit longer. More precisely, 4.6 days. Yes, I think strawberries turn out best. Otherwise, I'm busy all day just trying to find the richest substances. In the meantime, we have a lot of food. If it continues, do we perhaps even need a second person to join in? Well, you can see how long they take. No, we don't have strawberry ice cream. Maximum strawberry jam. But she really needs half a day just to grow the whole plants. Just look at this. It's been going on for quite a while. Come, stop me with your emperor. You just sit at your desk all day. You're kind of making a shit. How warm is it outside right now? Do you still have such extremely extreme temperatures today? With us you might think that midsummer is just back. You can be glad you have a bed. You won't get a throne anytime soon. You're our doctor and you're our introduction specialist, and look, we both get along really well. It's 31 degrees with you, and hello ARVU. That's what I call really crappy temperatures for you, isn't it? But I would love it very much. No, but in the meantime our small plant farm looks extremely good. I'm really anything but dissatisfied. As I said, we make strawberries next. So we don't need quite as long. So I have to spend you all day with your first work. And the good thing is, we have plants on 8 even. That is, we can grow herbal medicine. That, too, has to start slowly here. So, and as you can see, now we actually have enough time, first for other things. The strawberries take a little longer, namely. In the meantime, you can use it to do important tasks for our cats. Cleanliness, transport and, above all, the stone blocks are produced afterwards. Cleanliness is very important right now. Cleanliness will make us go crazy though. It's bad enough that all the corpses are lying around outside. Ah yes, and as hoped. She's making stones now. Unfortunately, Katarina is injured. Otherwise, I could have started pulling up some nice marble things a long time ago. I can sleep much better when all our walls are finally made of stone, like now. Good job, Catherine. Next, we get a wonderful marble shaft. It only takes over 700 steps. I don't know what they did wrong, but yes, there are 700 steps everywhere. Maybe everyone has to carve their own chess piece or something. And we already have our power plant. Good job, Evelina. Can say what you want is a real researcher. Let's try to build better things for ourselves first. Equal. And we will soon have to put up a wall. I'm not quite sure yet how big I'm going to make the wall. Definitely big enough for another kill box like yesterday. But for that we need stone, and not just a little of it. At the moment, it looks like the entire mountain will be made only of marble. That's why I think we'll also equip the outer wall with marble. A little further north somehow comes a bit of limestone and shale. Here, where we are right now, it's just marble. And if we find enough materials, we might even build our first real power plant right away. The small problem is, all the geysers are extremely far away. So no joke. These things are really damn far away. Much too far away. Catherine won't be able to walk around outside for long. It would burn up immediately. Oh shit. I don't think they are others. Oh no, they're not. It's the poison types. Oh shit. Yes, that's exactly why we urgently need better weapons and proper defense. I don't know exactly how to stop you now. Unfortunately, we really don't have any good weapons either. And if we destroy our electricity, we have even more problems. You have 2 ranged fighters, a guy with grenades and 2 melee fighters. I'm sure we'll destroy the melee fighters pretty quickly. I'm more worried about the grenade type. But as you'd expect, we're making short work of it, especially with all these people. In hand-to-hand combat. If we didn't have our melee fighters. If we didn't have our incredible, powerful melee fighters, we'd probably be toast right away. Why are you supposedly too heavy? Finally get rid of the fucking corpse. And you, Evelina, you need to self-medicate. That's pretty good. So one of the opponents even survived, but only because she is 81 years old. Okay, I didn't say anything, she just tipped over. Yes, that's what you get out of it. Don't think that anyone will save themselves. Drug sheets. But they are far too far away from me. I can't possibly do that to myself. And I classically have the first binge eating again. Yes, take a look at this room. Who wants to sleep in it? Evelina is much too fine to clean. Stupid piece of crap. So the area is news. We don't have any food right now. The good news is, it's because the chef just went crazy. You don't treat yourself to anything else in this terrible bunker. Let me guess. Now she eats her way through the raw foods. No, amazingly, she really leaves things alone. And there's a child lying around up here, who can lie there quietly. Oh, come on, stop it. Now some pigs are coming. In any case, we have to attack the naked man first. He is the most dangerous with his weapon and he has really good ranged weapon times. What a dilemma. What kind of weird angle do you have? We desperately need a better defense when they have such a strange angle to attack. I can't repeat myself enough. It's a good thing I'm here. And best of all, we got new weapons. New, better weapons, mind you. A small submachine gun. But if this continues, we desperately need defense and better weapons. What am I talking about? Of course, we need better weapons and better defenses right away. No, we're not necessarily going to nibble on the corpses. I don't think that will be necessary. I know, you love to eat corpses. Do you know what you're getting? Tomorrow, what breakfast? Oh, you don't really want to nibble on Furus again. What do you have with your obsession with Furus? You know exactly what it's like. Once you can do the first one, but then you have some kind of hair in your soup all the time. Do you really want that? Do you want to have long hair with every bite and every sip? What can't I imagine with the best will in the world that you would want something like that? But there will also be hair inside the cake. No matter where, you always have hair in eating and drinking, especially drinking. I think it's great how Evelina and I are really good friends. But Catherine is somehow our archenemy, although she is the most important. And that's when Katerina has her first binge eating. Yesterday order, we ate without end, didn't we? Which simply no one cleans again. Not even close. People are so indescribably lazy. So, we will definitely build our ever-popular box again. That's the least. The cordials so far very well true. It would be a real shame if we didn't use them again. I think I even have another brilliant idea. We could theoretically build 2 of them. Directly one on top, then afterwards 2. If it's not enough, we'll just change the box once, then so to speak. Oh my god, Katerina really shot away all our supplies. It's indescribable. Crazy Piece has eaten away all our food. When you already have so little food, a binge eating is really the maximum of stupidity. And the worst thing is, there were 2 pieces of them. Well, let's wait until the strawberries are ready or not. That's the big question. We can still eat corpses. The first strawberries are almost finished, honey. Hey, hello, good evening, Kakabo. Well, we are forced to eat the corpses. It's not that we want to know, it's just that we have no other choice. We have had 2 people who have had a binge eating. And this despite the fact that our supplies are already so scarce. So please forgive us. So what does it look like? Apparently, slowly but surely, we actually have some food again. You can even get the strawberries OS. They're not quite that bad. In fact, we got fewer strawberries than I thought we would. Maybe we should go back to rice. Something tells me that we should go back to rice plants. It is quite possible that rice plants are much better at hydroponics. Unfortunately, you can't grow corn in hydroponics, otherwise I would have taken it. Oh god, we don't have nearly enough stone either. It is quite possible that like Lena will have to commit herself to organizing a few stones first. We don't have any raw materials for the weapons right now anyway. Okay, very nice. Our cat lady immediately starts planting. And yes, in fact, Evelina is making stone for the time being. We can't get around it, we don't have components nor do we have enough steel for other things. And we just need that line of defense to secure ourselves a little bit. In the meantime, I'm turning all our plants into rice again. We just have to take care of Katarina as hell. Out there, the air is literally boiling, it topples over every mouth. If we can find a few more components, we can even build the rest of our hydroponics. And sooner or later I would like to hire a fourth person, if possible. Oh fuck. A heat wave. Now it will become clear whether the air conditioning will bring something or not. It would be best if we didn't go out at all. That's way too dangerous out there now. Then Evelina is allowed to continue her research. It's not like she can do anything else right now. And that's just staying indoors. Unfortunately, it is so hot that even our hydroponics do not work. Not even the mountain can do that. That could be extremely unpleasant for all of us. Oh yes, they really don't grow. We have 60 degrees in the mine. That's just way too much. That's just way too much. That makes things a bit exciting, especially with the food. I'm curious to see if it will all work out that way. Now again.
Poof.
We have food for about 3 to 4 days, I guess. Poof, indeed. Even I'm bored right now. Oh shit, save Catherine. It's just way too hot, folks. Just so outrageously hot in this entire area. And this heat wave is doing the rest right now. Hey, good news, we have found steel remnants or component. How cool is that? In any case, we can do a lot of nonsense with that. But not now, when you go out, you're just immediately sizzled. The plants have no chance to grow. But I can't take an air conditioner either. Build it in. I wouldn't even know where to let off the hot air. Where? Theoretically, she could blow to the left, into the mini room, but then all the heat just accumulates there. I don't think that's a good idea. Hey, we have even more strength for. I didn't say that. This mountain is so full of raw materials. And now think about what we remodeled in the first game and didn't find anything. And here you have already stolen 4 times in 4 areas. And that's when it topples over again. What does she have? Why doesn't she go back home a little earlier? Hey, you love meat. I'll have to get that. Almost 100 degrees outside. And I just ran out for meat. You know what, you could get out of there, even theoretically make really delicious things. The stuff will pass very quickly otherwise. I'm really a bit scared for Catherine right now. Eventually, it will be so deep in the mountain that you won't be able to save it if it topples over. Here you go, ladies, here are some really delicious meals just for you. I hope this was not a mistake. But we also need to boost morale a bit, don't we? Okay, this time she automatically runs back and waits until she feels better with the temperatures. It didn't wait long. Oh damn, you know what the biggest problem is? We don't have anyone who can be a craftsman. How do we want to build weapons? Because have someone who can be a craftsman. This is a huge problem. So we urgently need a 4th person who can do manual things. No matter how minimalist, we definitely need someone who knows a bit of craftsmanship. The heat wave is over. I like to read that. Now, hopefully, our plants will finally grow again.
Here you go, have a head pat.
Oh, interesting. Interesting and dangerous. We have uncovered an area here. Let's see if I can do the attic. I hope that doesn't ruin all the temperatures of the mountain. But no, it doesn't actually look that bad right now. Now it's still 20 degrees less than outside. Evelina desperately wants to get out. She hadn't been outside in a long time, she says. And now she's unhappy because it's way too hot. Just make up your mind. You really wanted to get some fresh air. Catherine walks around because she's sad. Well, at least she's walking around inside, where she's safe. Morality is pretty much doing that right now. We need a much prettier space. Statue or something like that wouldn't be bad. After all, our wall is far from finished. Unfortunately. And our damn food is also somehow not progressing at all. We are currently using up our last food and the hydroponics are only 50% ready. Maybe the whole thing will relax a bit in winter. We're supposed to take care of cats. A cat for 7 days, and for that we get a statue. Hey, and the cat is stunned. So the statue would be really good right now. What to care for a cat for 7 days? I don't know if she will survive. We hardly ate ourselves. If I had a corpse here next, I could feed it. Okay, cool, we officially have a little problem with food now, it seems. Hey, hello, Neo. I hope you're doing so great. I hope you were able to enjoy a weekend. I hope you are in a good mood and health. I'm doing great, thanks for asking. Apart from the fact that all our colonists are suffering. But hey, nothing comes from nothing. We had to restart last night. We lost the first game, and that was only because we had no luck at all with our steel in the mountain. Hey, that sounds great. Then I hope that the little one or the little one had a lot of fun with you. But the way I assess you. I'm sure everything had been great and the little one had a lot of fun with you. Oh shit. It's those disgusting fire eaters again. At the very beginning, the little ones are always so extremely curious. Okay, they're attacking. They all have a short bow. And only one of them is really good at ranged combat. And that one person comes right forward in our trap. Perfect. Shit, you won't be lured. That's stupid. And of course my wind turbine is broken, these assholes. Each time, you break at least one wind turbine. What have I done to deserve this? Real bananas. What do you say to that? Now we also find medicine. And then so exaggerated. On come, we definitely have a whole lot of medicine. In the end, it will not fail because of this. We have 51 normal medicines. But now we have to make sure that we rebuild our wind power plant, otherwise we will have a few small problems. And then we really have to make sure that we finish the wall. Can't go on that something is broken every time by these assholes. Hey, the best part is, we have more hydroponics. You know what that means. More food, more feeding, more enjoying. And in fact, I have to say, rice plants are really better somehow. If I saw correctly, we get 6 strawberries, but we get 4 rice plants and the rice plants are significantly faster. Okay, we're dead. We are officially dead. Yes, I have a lot of fun, definitely, but I don't really get into the hooves. Deponia was okay, but I'm just not for such puzzle games with friend and click. At times I just walked around in Deponia and didn't know what to do at all. Maybe we have a very small chance. In fact, the only chance is that the enemies only have melee fighters. But they will certainly destroy our wind power plants and so on. And that's something we just can't afford to do. Actually.
Here you go, have a head pat.
So Deponia is definitely a game, I don't necessarily miss that. It had been okay, as I said, but I'm just not into click and point puzzle games. I had the wonderful help of other people. Yes, that's true. And together we managed to produce at least one brain. We actually survived better than I expected. But we have already lost another wind power plant. What do you say to that? I'm curious to see if the electricity might still be sufficient. At least it doesn't look like it, especially not when these stupid wind turbines are not working at all. But hey, we have a lot of corpses on our doorstep. Again. I'm trying to get all the achievements from Deponia. Are you mad? Are you crazy? I'm glad I've got the game behind me. There will be no successes, nothing more for me. As grateful as I am to Trestos for giving me the game, I don't want to see this game again. Rufus had been the reason I persevered with the game, because it was really crazy to watch the guy. Funny, what is Katarina doing? It's winter soon and it's still 31 degrees outside. She's never going to finish building this damn wall. Can that be? Well, and it already looks beautiful. And once again, Katarina has fallen over. I say yes, she will never be able to finish building this stupid wall. It just breaks down all the time. Ouch. Not even for own self-gratification. I don't know what you're talking about, but like I said, I'm not going to play this game again. Who comes up with the idea of wanting to go around with Rufus again? Are you completely drunk or what? We also urgently need better clothing to protect us from the heat. It's indescribable how we just can't cope at all, especially because of the heat. In that respect, the robots were a bit better. I was able to stay in all day, do research and mining, and the robots did their job. But I'm actually a bit surprised that the electricity is sufficient. But it's probably also because we have 2 wonderful solar power plants. I can already see it coming. Katerina immediately falls over again. Hey, you know what? Why don't you just do Deponia all the time? Why don't you just collect endless achievements in Deponia and let Rufus really dance on your nuts? We don't have folding chairs, but we do have stools. With me's, meow, meow. Why are you, dear people, so excited today? Maybe only because of Deponia. Hey, I need to concentrate here and I'm suffering for your well-being. We have a crappy 85 degrees. We die instantly as soon as we set foot outside. And all you want is more Deponia, strangely enough. No, that's not true, my dear Neo. It's even become much less because my new PC exploded. Yes, it exploded a week ago. Now I have to wait for it to be repaired and then I get it back. Unless you mean the new animal traits, if you don't know them yet. For example, our new foxtails. Or my dolphin fin. Or as a mouse. Well, you're relatively new. You're right. But as I said, my new PC unfortunately exploded. And on the PC are all my videos, all my settings and well, everything has. That's also the reason why we've been playing Deponia for the last few days. Because we haven't been able to get anything else to work. The game here works relatively well. But I had a lot of crashes lately. The PC I have right now isn't necessarily bad. It's not good for streaming. Okay, now I'll try it with an air conditioner here. Maybe it will be something after all. Somehow we have to regulate the temperature a bit, our wonderful camera. Fortunately, the wall is already in place. I'm just afraid that the electricity won't be enough again. I don't understand why Katarina has such weird priorities anyway. First she does her construction work, then suddenly she starts doing some mining work, and then vice versa again. Hey, exactly, Neo, have you seen the running animation yet? A solar eclipse. That means we won't have electricity and we're going to have big problems. Let's see if I can do the running animation without the PC exploding. I'm not a math, you crazy. Yes, as feared, we have no electricity. Oh my goodness, it's all done so stupidly here again. We're going to die. We will die miserably. And that's just because the sun is gone. First of all, how can you have a solar eclipse and the temperature rises? Well, actually, it's logical. Our wind turbines will never be able to do that in their lifetime. Okay, but amazingly, you're just making it. At least long enough for our battery to be full, and then we have a bit of spare power. It also annoys me that I was so stupid and built this chamber wrong down here. What? Why are you getting into trouble, my dearest ID? Did you steal someone's chocolate? What a clip, but not because of me, I didn't do anything. This time I was decent. How long will this crazy solar eclipse last? Here you go. Can the stupid sun, which finally shows itself again, please? If only because Katarina is about to die. It's just way too hot everywhere. Okay, the eclipse is over for now. These temperatures are so unhealthy. I would even like to grow cotton for proper clothing. But when I see how indescribable shit our power supply is again, then I could just throw up in the triangle. If I had enough opportunities, I would have built a real big power plant a long time ago. But let's not kid ourselves, we just can't get out. We can't get 3 meters without burning immediately. Oh, the good thing is, the cooling seems to work. This means that our plants can finally grow at the right temperature. The adjoining room had 86 degrees for it. That could build up really badly at some point. We'll see. Who knows, maybe even the cooling will burn at some point. But that means we now have the opportunity to grow our crops perfectly at 280% at the rate. And the keep is also complete. So we finally have our first real keep. In this way, perhaps our wind power plants will finally be spared. Do you look like Catherine, who is constantly surrounding? The woman is driving me completely insane. It can withstand a maximum of 30 degrees. Well, what can I say, and it's much hotter outside. And that's where Evelina is sad. I only have wimps here. The entire base is inhabited by some soft flutes. In the end, we have about 12 components. That's not necessarily much, so we can build a maximum of 2 shotguns later, but we still don't have anyone who is good at crafting. Well, and Catherine walks around confused. In fact, I have to say that our ladies have actually held up very well so far. I'm sure it's about to tip over. So you see it for yourself. We're not really making good progress right now, are we? I mean, there are better moments and there are worse moments. Definite. But well, we're really not making any progress right now. Research is progressing well. After all, something. Actually, we would need a 4th person. Somehow. But that won't be very easy. Maybe we should try to shape our ideology. In other words, light spherical speakers, only it works. Even if all the good components go for it. But hey, maybe we can also boost morale a little bit with it. Why are only 2 people partying? Do I need to understand this? Why didn't Catherine participate at all? Alright. Here we have an 11-year-old kid. She's friendly, she has a good memory, and she's already mining. I don't know. And she advises to go around with a winter jacket. Of course. We'll just throw a few more parties. Who knows, maybe we'll get a better person. Another kid. What do we have with these damn children today? The only good thing is, it's the Undertale. But hey, I really don't need kids. I can't wait 3 years for them to grow up and be usable. Okay, here's finally a grown-up in fucking shit, it's great in craft. And he can even cook and mining theoretically. Oh, damn yes, we're definitely going to keep that guy. That's exactly what I needed now, a real craftsman. You can even cook if you get bored. And another child. Tell me, am I having a seizure somehow? We got 4 people, 3 children. Okay, we cruelly banished the colonists, that's minus morale for 6 days. But at the same time, we also have good morale for 6 days. Now he is the big question. How do we name our first guy? Maybe Nicholas. If I was right in mind, Nicholas once said that craftsman would be exactly his thing. So we have 3 children connected. But that doesn't matter. We still have over 40 good morals. And we finally have someone who does additional mining when he's bored. Yes, I like to see that. But in this respect, we have just achieved a lot. We have to make sure that we decorate and improve our space. Sometime, somehow, somewhere. But first of all, of course, we have to completely expand our defense. Oh right, the guy also needs a bed. Oh damn, we don't have any wood left. That's right. Sorry, your bed will be made of uncomfortable marble. But who knows, maybe the whole thing is not so uncomfortable. Beautiful. Evelina has explored the next station. Actually, now would be the time for a great lab bench. Hello, Katerina. Welcome, welcome, my love. I hope you're doing well, I hope you're doing flowery, I hope your weekend was great. As you can see, we are fighting. Bit by bit, we're fighting our way up somehow. I had been so mega moderately lazy today. I watched a bit of my anime, did a bit of sports, ate an ice cream after exercise, which was actually a bit weird and stupid again. I also played a little round of my ghost game. Alone. So all in 1 year. That was actually a nice day. And then I looked at the job advertisements out of curiosity about home office. Well, and then, of course, I somehow see Amazon looking for a home office, people for customer areas. And, of course, I'm a bit ambivalent about that. They don't necessarily pay very badly, they have pleasant working hours and, well, it's home office, but well, it's just Amazon. I don't think that's all there is to it. I don't think you need to say more. We have a fountain against the ladies. Shouldn't do that much. We still have 4 days long and the super great party atmosphere. Okay, I'll help you out here from. I'm going to help that a little bit of all the stuff is transported. Katerina can't get along out here anymore. If she has to run in and out all the time. I'm just happy when everything is finally set up here. Insect plague due to toxic waste. What kind of fool is that? We don't have any toxic waste at all. A group of underground insect cocoons have noticed the smell of a recently dissolved toxic waste package and are burrowing upwards. This is absolute fooling. We don't have toxic waste. Seriously. A 1% chance. What means is that you absolutely have to play the lottery. Seriously, I've never seen such a scam, but they're not too big fortunately. But hey, greetings. Box Fox. I hope you're doing great. I hope you have a great weekend. I hope you are healthy. I mean, theoretically, we could even process insects. We love insect meat. Oh, stop me with my base. She doesn't just look like shit, she's shit. But we also have average temperatures of 80 degrees outside. Occasionally it is even 100 degrees. Once you go out, you just burn. And I have huge problems getting food somehow. You don't even have wood, you don't have animals, you don't have anything outside. Other than that, my beautiful new PC has exploded. That means I have to play on a relatively old PC right now. But I have to say, at the moment everything is pretty stable. Well, there are two ways you could get wood. The first would be to act, the second would be to loot. Who knows, maybe there will be even more. We don't need any wood at the moment. I don't even know what we need wood for. The only thing had been the research table. In the meantime, at least the food finally looks reasonably okay. Oh my goodness, lick me. And exactly where my air conditioner is. Wait a minute, maybe they'll just burn. I don't even know if they're attacking my air conditioner or not. If not, they may burn. And die. I mean, it's 90 degrees out there or inside. And they can withstand a maximum of 60. So theoretically we wouldn't have to do anything, they will probably die. I'm ironic that that's where the hot air runs. But we have to take care of the colony somehow. Then. Well, we could just build around it and then we'll put a door in. And that's where the first robot opponents come. I knew you'd come eventually. Of course, you have flame armor. The types from the north should theoretically pass through the insects exactly. We're just worried a little about these fire tanks. And we don't have an ENT grenade either. We could build some, but it was just a bit too late for that. If we survive this attack now, we would really have to switch to automatic shotgun. The emphasis is on we should consider. But it's not a good feeling, not against flame tanks especially. If we manage to force them into hand-to-hand combat, then maybe in hand-to-hand combat. The robots can't do anything. Why is there 720 steel up here? Where does this stuff come from? I'm sure that was when we crashed. I didn't see it and took it with me. We didn't crash up there in the north. We're pretty much in the middle. Okay, the insects are about to tip over. And we have to go to the front. It's now or never. We must immediately go to the front. I can only hope that the insects wake up and eat the robots. Hey, hello MOBZ. I'd say it's going much better than I thought. If we had real shotguns, everything would be even better. Oh yes, thanks for your lurk. But that was really easy. Peasy lemon squeezy, and the insects over here are burning right now. Now we're going to build up the mountains, put a small wall in there, and then everything should run fine. Whereby your math is only for the insect death. We could somehow build a door to it. But that's all there is to it. And then we now have to make sure that we build this workbench. Evelyn is also bored, especially when it comes to research. Here, too, we must finally set up a proper research table. So our primary goal is workbench for the shotgun. Unfortunately, the research table will have to wait. During that time, you could do some research on drugs or something. Drugs and blades and a playing harp. Very pretty. The insects are dead, let's go in. Many clubs and break everything. It's a pity we don't have a slaughterhouse. Okay, wait a minute. But we could build one. "174-year-old piggy also crashed, we don't need that either." So what do you think about that? Our first insect meat, our people will love it. Our people will love it so much. Do we need really tasty things? And we got uranium exactly into the base. I have to say, the meteorites like us. First we got components from the sky, now uranium. Something else nice, please. How about green, magical ore? Okay, the next thing we need to do is set our temperatures to 8. We are expanding our space. This means that the cooling may not be enough. We now have 30 degrees in the chamber. I think we would need a third air conditioner to be on the safe side. The whole thing has to happen very quickly, but... It's unbelievable how it only takes a single second for the room to be completely flooded with heat. But it feels like it takes the whole day to cool down. Again. Okay, our box is officially finished. I wanted to say, but Catherine Kipfer around. Damn, we have so much meat, we should make big meals. Before all the good meat rots. You have 1 day to transform all the meat. Alright. Now the box is really officially ready. Actually, only one exit down there. And then we would somehow need a way to stop the opponents for a moment. But I mean, look at the morals. And that's just because of the good food. Oh yes, baby, we can expect a good meal. And Evelina is doing one good research after another right now. I'm impressed. I didn't think we'd get to the point where all our food would be enough. Yes, I've already praised you. You can do a little something sometimes. It rarely happens, but sometimes you can do something. From now on, we can also officially scrap robots. But above all, we would need an EMP grenade. No, first step, I think. In fact, I would like to wait 13 days. I would just like to reform so that we would have production specialists. And then said it would be a mistake to wait. I mean, he's got 16 crafts, so pretty good stuff comes out of it. It won't be bad, let's put it that way. We definitely need 3 shotguns. And we'd have to collect all the steel up here. To this day, I don't know why everything is lying around up there. But there's so much steel up there. The temperatures don't make it easy to get the stuff. For such moments, I wish we had a carrying robot again. Oh God, all by himself, runs to the top. She desperately wants all the steel. I mean, we need. Can we do that? She's fast, and she's not too desperate. Very pretty. The first shotguns are coming into the house, friends. And they just have 3 times as much DPS as the weapons we have right now. My next big mammoth project is to build a power plant. If we manage to build such a power plant, we will definitely have many advantages. We don't have to worry about solar eclipse or that the wind won't blow anymore. Oh shit, my battery is broken. My poor battery. We also really need a second one. But that's exactly the problem. There is no gust of wind, it has no electricity. Now we can only hope that the solar power plants will start up again. And outside it's brutal 70 degrees again. That's actually bad, winter. But instead of snow, we just have a sandstorm. The second shotgun. And the third is also already under construction. And then we have a weapon for everyone. I just have to see if we might somehow build a better melee weapon. But actually, this is a knife. I didn't have that bad. But we have so much uranium, you could certainly make something great there. Since we will have almost only mechanical opponents anyway, a uranium mace is exactly what we actually need. And I'm the only person who is constantly diligently bringing the steel down from the north. I think we need the power plant first and foremost before I build the research table. And that, in turn, means that we unfortunately need 8 components. And a lot of steel. So here you go, Evelina, you'll get a shotgun too. Now we all have an automatic shotgun. From now on, we will tear our opponents apart. Here again an area has been cleared, without a roof. It's really weird that something like this exists here. Who would have thought? We even have 830 at the moment. That is, we could theoretically rebuild or dismantle some things. Either cotton or we do drugs, as the case may be. I'm not quite sure what we want to do yet. And above all, how many hydroponics we are remodeling. I'll make 5 sheets for our drugs first. And then we'll see bit by bit. Okay, very nice. Now comes Operation Mole. We dig our way through the mountain and see if we can find any components. Then we build the power plant and then we build the advanced research equipment. And then we get the depth drills and the depth scanner and then we can just try to go up a little bit. Hey, hi Hiraku, welcome my dear. I'm doing great. I hope you're doing great too. We're fighting our way through extremely hot areas right now. And yes, they're really fucking hot. Between 80 to 100 degrees. Actually, a bit like in California. Or in Spain. Yes, who are you telling this? Oh damn. Nicholas wants drugs. We actually wanted to build a small statue for Beauty for a long time. I just completely forgot about it again. Sorry, my mistake. What do you think humanity could survive if it were so hot in real life? Do you think humanity could survive if it were suddenly 100 degrees hot? Then we would just rise like matches. Presumably, we just cook to death right away, because of all the proteins in the body. We have now found 2 more jobs with steel. We have discovered a total of 6 deposits with steel. Can you remember our first game, where we burdened twice as much and we found 0? Well, Australia is a completely different matter. Australia is kind of like a fairy tale land, where there are various magical creatures and all of them are colorful and cheerful, but at the same time they don't want to kill. They would also need a priest. Think about it, who will become a priest? Evelina would actually be best, even if she's really shit in the social. But she's an optimist, which means she doesn't mind the role quite as much. Alright, Evelina for you then, just the priest role. The main thing is that our people are finally a little happier. Oh, components. That could even be enough for our power plant. That might not only be enough, that will be enough. Then let's get started right away. Yes, having finished building this thing, we didn't have any more electricity. So no power problems, I mean. But before I build the power plant, we need a double wall. I really don't want the power plant to be destroyed because of any little things. That's right, there's also this insect colony here. I think so, but no one will go through it. These things are like a kind of mine. If you get too close, do the kaboom. If we should still find an occurrence with components, we can even save our research. $340 steel, but okay, we have over 1,000. Yes, it will all go well somehow, believe me. And we have a pleasant 77 degrees outside. It's just a very small, mild breeze. Oh fuck it, that's even 84 degrees. So, our first sculpture is even finished and it's not even necessarily ugly. It's not finished, but it doesn't exactly make it very attractive either. Watch out even if there is a statue that looks like a horse. Hey, now I have cat ears and a foxtail. You can't just leave it in the room. A hiker. Audi sucks. Oh, that's real shit. You know what? You can play directly. We don't even start with something like that here. Unfortunately, we now have a bit of morale, once again in the red. When the party is over, morale increases at least a little bit. We could also activate our wonderful disco ball again in 6 days. It's unbelievable how Katarina is. Only manages to put up a few small walls before she has to flee. These temperatures are beyond good and evil. So, we've even researched a mortar now. We can't build one yet, but we have it for now. Bit by bit, we feel our way forward. And the good thing is, we can even produce gasoline afterwards. We now have so much food that we can convert it into gasoline. Eveline praises the age of Nicholas. I have no idea what you're trying to do with this, but the guy is 47, he's kind of dead already. It is really indescribable how long this power plant is lasting. And then we also have to lay a power cable afterwards. Best with great distance to the insects. Yes, I would love that. I'm stubborn, Evelina, you see, that's how it starts. Sirs was very nice and has praised the age. Mentioned and now all of a sudden she's like, hey, fuck you all. Oh, she doesn't even offend Catherine well. What does Katerina mean we'll go crazy next? Is not said. Catherine freaks out, but that's not so bad. You don't need a folding chair, you just need good manners. I mean, look at how poor Catherine is insulting. Do you really have no decency anymore? You won't get your throne and your cake until you know how to behave. I told you to behave. Oh, fuck. A splash of poison. The entire area is covered with poison. How am I supposed to fight that? We don't even have any means of withstanding the temperatures. I strongly assume so. We're just not allowed to be outside, are we? We're not allowed to do that anyway because of the heat. The poison is a bit useless. Quotes Monty Python, your mother was a hamster and your father smells of elderberries. Oh God, Catherine was insulted 33 times. So offended 10 times with minus 33 morality. And of course there is now also a defoliating ship. Do you know what's the best thing about it? We don't care about any of that. It's raining poison, there's a spaceship, which cuts everything down, doesn't matter at all. There is no life in this fucking desert anyway. We don't have to get out of there. We stay nicely inside, where it's nice and cozy, cool. Hello, Culver. Welcome. Welcome to the hot hell, where there is also poison raining. We just have to be careful that Katarina doesn't stay outside for too long and get poisoned. So really outside is absolutely hell. 80 degrees and poison. You can't send anyone out of there voluntarily. Tell such moments I wish we had transport robots or something. Then you could at least do something to some extent. In any case, we have to make sure that the poisoning remains below 10%. Oh man, my beautiful power plant will last forever. We would have enough components for everything right now, but the power plant is just too far away. We can't get there without them being poisoned, and then all this caustic hot. I don't know what you're burning. And indeed, we have even more components here. Well, what I need. If this continues, Evelina will actually finish all the research before we even come close. From a better research table. My cat lady is even bored. Okay, Katarina, it's time to get out there with her. Build the last wall. I'll help you with the power cable. And then we will have to make sure that we build the power plant and our electricity problems will be eaten for the time being. You manage from the power cable, the better, my love. Oh, damn, the construction screwed up. Yes, yes, I know, I know, I know. Now blow and stuff. And it topples over right in front of the front door. Imagine she screws up the construction, maybe even at the dingsbums at the power plant. A meteorite made of silver has crashed. I say yes, the meteorites like us. Now we have silver here and we have uranium. But you see, I'll even help you back then. Then she doesn't have to travel so long and just needs to build the power plant quickly afterwards. But the whole thing also takes a really outrageous amount of time. The problem is that if we build proper protection for armor, we still have no chance against temperature. So we have to decide. Protective armor or temperature armor? I would say protective armor, because so often we are not actually outside. Treasure find weather. Foggy rain, well, that doesn't really do much. And the reward is also shit. The rain doesn't cool down the temperature either. Unfortunately. But the rain could actually wipe away all the dirt that's lying around outside. That would be something too. The Phoenix armor will definitely be built. With the Phoenix armor you can walk around outside effortlessly. I think this thing has over 100-degree protection. But it will take forever to get there. Exactly 100 degrees Celsius protection. So we are definitely well equipped against all temperatures then. But yes, unfortunately, it will take a very long time. You also have to buy the recipes for it and they are already very rare and expensive. Who doesn't know it? That's at least 5,000 silver. Catherine has 21% poisoning. You'll stay inside for now. We can't make devil mushrooms, unfortunately. Devil mushrooms cannot be grown in hydroponics. And you can't grow them outside either way because of the heat. And you don't have any acreage either. In fact, well, you'd have some yellow acreage. Then you would have to build a wall around it, put in a lamp and turn down the temperature. And then somehow these mushrooms grow to 70% only instead of 100. In other words, you can forget about that. I think the second best protection against heat is actually even fabric. We're so close to building this damn power plant. And we found the forgings. But I don't want to send Katarina out again. Because she had 26% earlier and it survived very well. And this power plant is just so mega important. I'll get your steel out again, too, my dear. Just be careful that she doesn't go down too much with all her work. She just had 85% plus at work. Since the power plant can beat Miss very quickly. In other words, the construction can fail. And we can't afford that with such an expensive construction project. Next, we have to make sure that we close the entrance here in front. Hey, hello, sniper. Welcome. Welcome. Nicholas wants to change his style. Are you completely drunk? We don't have wood. We won't see a single shitty tree in our entire lives on this planet. On the other hand, you could build such a thing out of steel. Okay, I think now e.g. Let's go, Catherine, the last curtain. Build us the power plant. Lead us to victory. Wonderful. We did it. It was a really difficult birth. That was a really big, difficult birth. It took us many weeks, just for this damn power plant. Constantly over 80 degrees Celsius, poisonous rain, and you haven't seen it. From now on we can stay indoors for now. And you can make the research table. Here you go, Evelina, you have a new modern research table. What do you say about that? And we find so fat, so a lot of steel. That's incredible. I say yes, there will be no shortage of steel. Theoretically, we could even recruit a fifth person. You know what? I think that's exactly what we're going to do. We could still use that. Well, mining, crafts, maybe even plants. Someone who can fight. Someone who is good at socially. I mean, just look at that. I can't repeat it often enough. In the very first game, we dug up a lot more and we didn't find anything, and now we somehow found 8 times steel in the small period of time. And let's not forget all the components. Who do we have there? A person who is actually only good at medicine and intellectual. But that's where we're kind of straight. 2 pieces would not be so bad later with the depth scanner. But how are we supposed to survive outside at the depth scanner? That's something that comes to my mind just now. How do we want to survive outside? I think we can almost forget about the depth scanner, but only almost. In any case, we won't keep the guy, that's for sure. We'll just see if we can find something better. And we can finally reform our ideology. This means that we make people take precedence with production specialist, my darling. My absolute favorite is this. Yes, what do we have there? Also bloodthirsty. But he is careful shooter, and that's pretty useless actually. I'm not sure if I should keep it. We'll wait and see what else comes. We would now have a good fighter who can handle plants, and we would have someone who can handle research. Okay, here we have someone for animals and cooking. Not necessarily the best either. This festival was just in disgrace and twice we are still allowed to. Yes, the music with him is very pleasant, isn't it? I have cat ears and a foxtail. So I'm a fox cat. Okay, let's see, who do we keep? I would say we keep the researcher after all. If only because he can also provide medicine in an emergency. And he's not that bad at fighting. And later we will definitely need 2 researchers for our depth scanner. We'll send the other 2 away. Could they even capture for organs? Do we do something like that? No, we're not so nasty, we just banish them. So and the guy here, what are we going to call him? How about his ID? Don't worry, you might get a better hairstyle. You may also want to have a very specific hair color. Because I have to say that they look pretty cool. So, and then the next thing we'll do is make Nicholas a production specialist. We also need a new bed. And we need another shotgun too. Let's see if the food is sufficient. I'm not quite sure. In an emergency, we may need a second chamber with hydroponics. Quieter or later we need the camera anyway. But as long as we are enough. Everything is fine right now. yes, that's right, the dear ID is just taking Evelina's work away. This is not good. I don't know if I should even build a second research table. A masterful shotgun. You will definitely get Katarina. And next, I'd like to have a really good mace made of uranium. So that my melee weapon finally makes a difference. The small disadvantage, of course, is that Nicholas is no longer responsible for mining. This means that sooner or later we will need someone to get involved in mining again.
Here you go, have a head pat.
Sapphire hairs. So it's kind of really nice blue. The poor guy is on the floor all the time.
He looks awesome.
Well, if you're happy, so am I.
Here you go, have a head pat.
Okay, we urgently need some shelves for the order here. And say, above all, wealth is really not high at all. We somehow managed to stay below 50,000 permanently. Even though I'm afraid that with the shelves this will somehow change. That. Yes, the shelves can also be worth a lot. Next, we have to make sure that we build the communication system and German a drug. Especially the drugs table. Yes, look at this. We have a masterful mace made of uranium. Crazy. Because here you go. I just wish people didn't want to walk around outside right now, please. So next we try our hand at the transport capsules, deep drilling and, above all, the communication system. But since then we really need cotton. Need the cotton for our new beautiful relaxation options. So, here you go, the drugs are hereby officially opened. All that's left to do is make sure that I'm the only person who picks them up. Oh, be great. We finally have our first real drugs. They will help us a lot. If we were to find a distributor at some point, we might even be able to make our juice. Well, it's more combat drugs for me later. I must somehow want to suppress the pain, run faster, and you didn't see. I need this stuff to make us all happy. Okay, next we'll build 1 or 2 more statues. We also have to somehow increase our chamber a bit on the subject of beauty. And then we have to think about the armor. In fact, I guess I'll just build some plate armor first. We don't really have to go out anyway. Well, this one type of drug I'm making right now definitely makes 35 more morals. That's definitely something to be proud of. Next, we have to make sure that we get gasoline. Hey, hello Siren Scales. I hope you had a full weekend. Greetings. So first of all, I decide that we will build slabs of steel restaurants. Then we will have at least some protection, especially against all these disgusting robots. And the helmets, well, the helmets I have to see what they're doing. After all, we don't have any more components anymore. Oh really, you've done a lot of stuff. On the weekend you were just as full as I was and just watched anime and ate ice cream. No, you've been really diligent. I always feel so guilty. Everyone is always so busy on weekends. And me, I just sit around and don't do anything. Well, it has to be, just do nothing. You've always done so much during the week, so it's good to just do nothing. But we come to our wonderful colony, where everything is already burning. We have average temperatures of 80 degrees here and it even goes up to 100 degrees. A subscription. As if that weren't enough, we also have poison regulations.
Culver91 gifted Siren_Scales a subscription. Culver91 gifted a tier 1 sub to Siren_Scales. They have given 54 gift subs in the channel.
Oh my god, Culver, many thanks for subscribing. Have a good night, sleep well and don't get upset. What does your dear mother get for your birthday? These huge inflatable balloons that just float beautifully and are really well decorated. They are around the corner from us. They cost a lot of money. Oh my goodness, a subscription. It's a huge balloon with everything really written on it.
Culver91 gifted Mobes_the_traveler a subscription. Culver91 gifted a tier 1 sub to Mobes_the_traveler. They have given 55 gift subs in the channel.
You're completely insane, Culver. You're absolutely crazy. Seriously, what's going on? Thank you so much, many love, thank you. I really don't deserve that, my goodness. Okay guys, but we actually have a little bit of gas now. Of course, have a good night to you, Culver. An Italian language course. I have to imagine a lot. Do you give an Italian language course as a gift? Does that mean that Pablo comes by every time and teaches her everything with his six-pack? Or is this simply a program on the computer or a book? She always wanted to learn Italian, so I bought a course where she then goes to the local community college with other participants. Interesting, and very attentive of you. When it comes to the mother, we are very creative. For me, it's the same for my mother, that I come up with all sorts of things. My father usually just gets some kind of alcohol bottle. Not because he's a drinker. He just loves to collect all the stuff. It's really funny. I didn't. That was our dear Culver. He's just such a piece of gold. A crazy piece of gold. What else can I say? The last attack had also been a while ago. Apart from that weird spaceship up here, we have nothing to fear at the moment. I should even wake up the robots, then they would be a good defense for us.
Yay!
I really need a little bit of this magic ore. At the Greens, magical doctors can pronounce me. Then we could even produce an energy product. It would be perfect for our melee fighters. I've already said that. Our warehouse is very minimalist. I love that a lot right now. We are still nowhere near 50,000. The only stupid thing is, we really don't have any components. And we have very little opportunity to relax. But I love living here in such a minimalist way. In fact, most of what creates value for us are all the buildings. So that doesn't even sound like all the objects that are lying around pointlessly. We just don't have any items lying around. Actually even need a Molotov cocktail. If we should have fabric at some point. If we could burn the corpses and useless weapons, we could also burn them. Next on my list is actually the mortar. But for this we also need a mortar barrel. Unfortunately, the dry tree doesn't do us any good. It can't thrive here. Also, we don't have anyone outside to edit the thing. You would just burn and get poisoned right away. We now have our depth scanner. So we would also need a high-tech component. It's time for some dealer to come to us. We would need 1 or even 2 high-tech components, then we would have taken care of ourselves and could search for all our raw materials with our drilling machines. After all, we have steel in the mountain without end of time. What we need is a little bit of gold and a little bit of plastic steel. A masterful armor. It's mine. Oh yes, the protection isn't that bad. Film is always more correct helmets. We don't have the components to do this. Wait a minute, here are components. Yes, I didn't see them. Mea culpa. Wait, what did I want to build with it? What did I just want to build with the components? The depth drill. No, I'm missing an advanced component for that. A throne for Evelina. No, the thing doesn't need a component. I think I wanted to build helmets. Exactly. I wanted to build real safety helmets for us. Oh, that's not possible. To do this, you also need the magic heart. Okay, then unfortunately that's settled. I also say that this Phoenix armor will take so long until we have built and researched the thing. We can only hope that sooner or later a real dealer will finally come. Well, in any case, the attractiveness is now increasing significantly. People are doing relatively well. We could also make a few bombs. Firebombs, I think, don't do quite as much this time, do they? Actually, it's hard to say, firebombs or real bombs. If you manage to set someone on fire, it's certainly not so bad at the temperatures right now. You probably don't even need to fight the siege. The weather is just killing you. But okay, let's just build 5 bombs. But sooner or later we still need a real Miro's share. The problem is actually that only mechanical opponents will come. So you can be prepared for that. We probably won't see any more human opponents. The game detects the temperatures and automatically does not send out any human opponents. This could also explain why it is relatively peaceful right now. It could be that insect plagues are coming. Again. But any human aggressors? I would say we don't see them anymore. Maybe even man-hunting packs. That would still be possible. This is true, but the human hunting packs usually attack immediately and they are significantly more resistant to temperatures than any humans, depending on what comes. But well, we'll see. I think 90% of the time only robots are coming now. And the remaining 10% may be some insect plagues. And the first stone fabric is also finished. And with that, we finally have a Molotov cocktail. Can we burn those damn corpses here? And the useless weapons. Oh, fuck. What do you look like? Our air conditioner lit up. That could have been eye-catching. In fact, we can also knock out so many other weapons here right now. We have so many things lying around here that we just don't need them anymore. Oh right, the knife can't burn at all. The thing is made of non-combustible material. Oh my goodness, she did it. She really did the magic, Newton. That's exactly what we need right now. This would allow us to produce our energy belt. And we could make our helmets. It's a good thing that a helmet only needs 10 of them. That means we can make all 5 movies effortlessly. Oh, fuck. You mean the stuff here, that's silver. Okay, they're not wall breakers. But they still look extremely dangerous. And we don't have an EMP grenade yet. They only have ranged fighters. What should be feasible with the scrap find? I don't think the PMP is building just in time. Could the insects still wake up in an emergency? It will bring me a lot, but... in the worst case, the insects will even attack ours. Open the door. I can screw them and they're running in there right now. That's exactly the line. No, rejoiced too soon. Oh my god, now don't tell me to break the door. Oh shit, what have I done again? If only I had left it. Yes, you are inside. Great work. Okay, I've screwed that up thoroughly, I'm afraid. I fucked that up really badly. I just wouldn't have done it. That was so stupid with me. Oh fuck, Nicholas. One shot and he was killed instantly. Those damn lancers. But we really don't have such bad armor. Are these assholes so accurate? Don't break the air conditioning or we'll have a huge problem. Okay, we've had a bit of luck again, haven't we? I don't want us to have a melee fighter, and it's a good thing that this melee fighter has a uranium weapon. But the action with the door, it was just stupid. I would have deserved to die. Permanently, we have now lost 2 wind turbines and the power supply is also cut. That said, the only power we have right now is that our battery is filled with stuff. Okay, the electricity is flowing again for now. Not too much, but it's flowing again for now. And that's when Catherine goes crazy. I don't like that. If it breaks, we have a problem again. Well, Nicholas lost his arm. If we didn't have this steel armor, well, most will probably even be dead. The only tiny advantage is that these robots have dropped a lot of components. I'm certainly not saying no to that. We need a good portion of cotton again. Then, making at least one pool table is so long overdue. So here you go with your first energy belt. With it, we can quickly disassemble the enemy robots. Did I ever mention that he desperately needs another mining guy? I can't insist on it enough. We really need someone else for mining. Alternatively, I like to take someone who knows how to do the craft. Then I take Nicholas back for mining. I can't believe the guy didn't lose his arm. Please sacrifice the rest of our components for a prosthetic arm. But actually, I wanted to use them for helmets. Oh damn, you can't tear down the mountains if it's easy. That's right. I used the wind power plant completely for nothing. Now she's tearing it off. Fuck you, Catherine, you did that on purpose. You made me happy. I was wondering. Usually you can tear off light green after all. Dark green. It doesn't exist because it's high mountain, but light green goes. Here lies Devil's Yarn. Exactly 80 pieces of them. Or 85. What beautiful things could you make out of it? I don't even have a Schneider workbench. In any case, you could make tribal clothing out of it. I'll let it run for a moment. I have to recover my drinking. Or rather, I have to go to the cellar to get my drink for a moment. Immediately back there, AFK for short. I'm back. I hope you didn't do any nonsense. Especially Evelina, you just can't leave her alone. Thank you, Catherine. We haven't had a single dealer yet. Can that be? I really don't mean a single one. Since the game has been running, we hadn't had a single weird dealer. I'm afraid that normal traders won't be able to get here on foot because it's too hot. So, let's see. We have our first workbench. We could even make a dust coat, but that's not possible because of our controls. We could make t-shirts, 2 pieces. From the devil's fabric. Oh yes, not bad at all. This also allows us to defy the temperatures a little bit better. But we are now slowly facing a small problem. Without dealers, we have really bad cards. We probably can't walk out ourselves and we don't have any animals that can transport. There will never be animals either. It's just way too fucking hot. There's really nothing we can do about that. But we urgently need some advanced components or gold. Maybe we can find gold and then we could try to work our way up bit by bit. But we still need the brand and it also needs 2 advanced components. So we are slowly getting into a bit of a dilemma. But hey, that's what we found Jane for. And even more components of our Katarina has a real lucky streak. But all this won't do so much if we don't somehow get gold or advanced components. We just need some kind of trader, a galactic trader or something. An exotic galactic trader would be exactly what we need right now. The path to Elias is not even that far. Thanks to the road alone, yes. Oh shit, a plague of insects. And Catherine is right in the middle of it. There aren't even as many as I thought. The angle is just a bit awkward. Well, where are they all going? Don't make it so dramatic. We are almost at 50,000 with a wealth. At the latest, when we have proper armor, it goes completely through the roof. Oh no. But now they really want to know about their attacks. That's actually about the same wave over the last time. Maybe even a little weaker. I mean, this time we even have our EMP grenade. This means that this time we are definitely better equipped. And this time I'm not just opening the door. Only our morale is pretty much in the basement. Maybe we even have to take drugs. At least Catherine. Very weird. How long have you been attacking the wall? There's no point in attacking that one wall there. But why do you do it? Well, at least we've left a few components there now. Very friendly. And it's a good thing that I built a roof over it. Thanks to the wonderful roof, we can't poison ourselves. Hey, we have enough material for our next pastime, the pool table. Think about it, where do I build this thing? The thing still needs wood. No matter what I do, the thing still wants to have 30 wood. Fortunately, we still have a little bit of it. Wonderful. I have to report, folks, there is insect meat. Your absolute favorite food. Delicious peanut flip insects or something. Nicholas likes it so much. He even eats his way through the supplies. So the marble table. It should also take quite a long time to finish. Oh yes, over 1,000 labor intensive. On damn 1,000 labor intensive for a pool table. So what do you think? Does it look good or does it look good to us? We have good weapons, we have reasonably decent equipment, our food is in place, we don't have very much wealth. I'd say it doesn't necessarily look very bad, especially if it doesn't necessarily look overwhelmingly good. The big and small problem is and still remains that we don't get a dealer. And without dealers, things don't go uphill. Straightforward. Yes, that's true. If we were to create this for you, somehow to build a second chamber with hydroponics, we could go full on drugs and we could give that stuff away. But we never get to the organ, for example. There are simply no more human aggressors. Yes, I'm afraid there won't be a caravan either.
Yay!
I'm afraid that even if a caravan should come, it will turn around immediately when you enter. So with Axe, it looks really gloomy. We can still hope that some space traders can get into orbit. New lovers Sid and Katarina. Mistletoe. You know what? I'd better give them their bed. Then we can raise them morally. The two of them urgently need it again. Our beautiful insect meat is rotting right now. Can you just let that happen? I said you're cooking. Wait, make real nice, fatty meat portions from insects. Oh dear, baby, that's how I like it. Well, because I have a late shift tomorrow, I can relax until midnight today. So that's not a problem for me today. Feel free to play this game for an hour longer. Besides, it doesn't look so wrong, but
you
somehow
go.
I
Have
hate
a
it very much that we have to rely on all these things. Dealer. When push comes to shove, we may even have to rely on robots. And we can walk around with them. I say we also need gold. If we want so many valuable items, if a real dealer would come, then we could buy the most important things for us. 1 or 2 high-tech components would be enough for me. At some point, we won't need dealers anymore. We need a total of 3 high-tech components, then we could experience everything ourselves. But these high-tech components are such a problem right now. Oh my god, there's so much of this green ore here. How awesome is that? You see, I'm thinking of something right now. And we already have transport capsules. We could set up 1 or 2 of them in case of emergency. And indeed, the next cotton is already on its way. So the marble poker table, our last remnant. What is still missing for entertainment? That's exactly what I wanted and needed. Nevertheless, we still have to rebuild a little bit somehow. I don't really like the structure of the shelves at all, especially together with the kitchen. Very pretty. I like it a little better that way. Do you still have to wear everything? So, and then, if we were to get hold of wood at some point, we could even build a piece of music. It's raining mushrooms. In the meantime, we have a total of 15 components again. And a transport capsule completion. Oh god, what do I want with this guy? Yes, he would be a great hand-to-hand fighter, but bloodthirsty himself and also a hatred of women. No thank you. It can stay up there. Above all, you know what we urgently need. Still the damn helmets that I completely forgot. That's right, I actually wanted to build it from the beginning. I mean, we really have a lot of green, magical inheritances. So that's really not going to be the big problem. Oh wow, our next drugs are already coming. And the first heroes are also being built. I'm really proud of you. Pretty important headwear for you. Of course, they do not protect against the heat at all, I know that. But first of all, they protect you from some very awkward flying cannon shots. Well, we've done pretty much everything by now. There is not so much left to do for Evelina, and without gold we won't get anywhere. We are completely dependent on some dealer. I can't send a caravan myself, they would just burn and I have no way to transport heavy things. Yes, in this respect we are in a bit of a dilemma. Yes, I add up 100 high-tech components and say wow. It was a landing capsule. Who would accuse me of lying? That's right, no one. No one, because they are all already burned. Speaking of transforming, let's party. We still need someone who knows how to mine or do handicrafts. A 3-year-old child. Skits off again. By the... First I had 3 children in a row and now I have 3-year-olds. Well, people are having fun, but we don't get any new people. Except for the stupid 3-year-old child. Enemy melee fighters mechanical. Last time we got on our faces when they came. But this time the tide will turn. Okay, we'd have a new person, but if we get them now, they'll be dead. Grip the home, look at the walls again. I know why, too. We must leave the door open, our main base. Otherwise, you'll think we're not worth attacking up front. Nevertheless, we solved this relatively well. But without a joke. We have to leave the door open up here. So, let's see, what can you do? Yes, at least the attacks are coming. Man, yes, she's not necessarily very bad, but she could take over constructions and plants. At some point I'll go on super melee fighters, and then I probably don't want to do plant art. On fuck. A heat wave. The main problem is that we don't have a cook when I go on super hand-to-hand combat. Well, it doesn't matter, it all remains to be seen. How do we name her? How about Lily? She almost has the right hair color. Now all she needs is the right eye color. Above all, the good thing is that she gets started right away. Then, Catherine will concentrate on mining for the time being. And how does all the other architecture do things? I can't believe how extreme this heat wave actually is once again. And Lily got into a fight right away. Well, when the time comes, there will be stress here. You can see, you just can't leave yourself alone. You let yourself change once and she'll pat everyone on the face. And, fittingly, a solar eclipse directly to go with it. Have you ever noticed? Whenever we have a heat wave, our electricity is gone every time. This is the third time this has happened. I want Lena has a wound infection. Yes, shit, I'd say. Where is all our good medicine? Has anyone broken the medicine? Yes, tell me, like Berliners, you go to bed. Left arm, you might even have to amputate it yourself. You're so into it. You have to see your own amputee, not just any. And you'll leave my foot alone. First of all, make sure that you get well. The whole thing is getting tighter than I'd like. And that's just because it somehow didn't really bandage ID well. Okay, your quality wasn't that much better either. I guess you're out of the woods, but that's pretty close. But it's true, all our medicine is gone. Someone broke the medicine. When I wasn't looking. Okay, Evelina, you're about 4% over. Clippy was just lying in the dirt. I didn't even notice that it had tipped over. But she was just lying in the dirt. %20 quality of treatment. Who is going to do shit like that again? You don't look at that. If you're going to die because of the crap, I'll go crazy. Oh god, that's going to be ultra tight. I can't even look at it. Oh god, this is going to be extremely close. I'm afraid you're really still dying.
No!
It couldn't be more concise. Look at how close that was. 1%. Not even, probably 0.5 somehow. And that's just because some flat pipe bandaged you that had absolutely no idea. Yes, I think that was also planned. It was so dramatic. It couldn't be more dramatic. I really thought, exactly in the last percent you will die. Well, it was almost like that. There really wasn't much missing. The heat wave is also over. And everyone has a hard hat. I like that. But we are completely lacking in clothes. Need at least 2 t-shirts and at least 2 to 3 pairs of pants. Then at least all the people are somehow equipped. And don't come along. No pants, no problem. I know exactly what you're up to, miss. Catherine is pregnant, we'll leave that out very quickly. I completely forgot to tell her to take care and not get pregnant. Yes, you can teach the baby anything. Horst Gunther Dietrich will never be born. I'm sorry, but I had to terminate the pregnancy. This is far too dangerous. Not in this dangerous, hot world. Oh God, now Katerina is dizzy too. If it were to tip over in the mine. In the meantime, we have completely lapped the 50,000. Yes, we actually already have 60,000. In other words, we are rich. What do you want or don't want? We are rich. And far and wide there is still no dealer in sight. I don't know who I have to sleep with for a dealer to finally show up. In addition, we urgently need another component for a shotgun. I really want to trim Lily to it. A meteorite crashed. And he brings steel. Not even a little of it. That's all well and good, but we don't need that. Another meteorite, another uranium. So I say yes, we have meteorites here without end somehow. Can I just crash a gold meteorite? That would be exactly what I needed. Above all, there is nothing we can do about this disgusting poison. Spire. That's just the biggest problem. But hay sucks too. Hey, what haven't we had in a long time? Exactly, a fullness. You don't even need the plants yet. No one needs food. Food is completely overrated. It's a good thing that I still have some things in stock. Otherwise, it would have backfired quite a bit. We have 1,200 in stock. Well, here wonderful creatures, but I'll stop for today. I'm just noticing how tiredness is completely rolling over me. We'll continue tomorrow, of course. And I hope that tomorrow we will somehow find gold or a dealer. It's really unbelievable how much bad luck you can have with this stuff. So really, as far as the whole dealer system is concerned, we're completely lost right now. Thanks for watching. Thank you for your subscriptions. Thank you for being here. I send you to our dear Kakabayo. Sounds very happy. I wish you a good night. Always remember, I love you. Until next time. Bye-bye.